out there and be able to test it.
Yep.
So
There I am.
okay.
I guess you need the audio, right? Or do you need video track?
So
Hello. Oh, I can't. Hello.
yeah, actually, step outside.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know. I can see. Oh, wait, there you are. Then David. Oh no, we know. We just have your email. Wait, edit. Edit. Oh, edit. Okay.
Brad. All right, I'll say. Sorry, let's check back and forth about what time.
Okay, so I'll go in there and I'll talk into them.
Okay.
Okay.
So here's the thing about David.
Okay, I'm back. Okay.
Yeah, and also, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I know, I will.
How'd you get lunch? Did you get some?
I did, but it's not meeting someone for like, but otherwise, it's free.
Okay.
But I'll see you Sunday.
Lovely.
Yeah, and then some bake today, we'll see like two things.
Yeah.
So, yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, but there's two towards the end.
Hello? Okay. How's this? Latency? Lag? Okay.
Okay.
Hey, are you hearing me now, Paul? Nice. Okay. And how does it sound in the room? Not bad. And can you go out in the hallway and chat for a second?
Hello, testing.
Okay, I think that sounds good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Okay, I think we're
Listen,
pretty solid. Let me try one more thing, just really fast.
yeah.
Can
Hello,
you
you
sort of,
guys.
talk a little bit? Oh, I'm sorry, Mike. We're not quite ready for you. We're doing a
I
tech
just wanted to
check
let
here.
you know, just to make sure you can hear my voice.
Yeah,
I
we hear
can.
you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, all good. I'll
That's
go on
great.
pause.
Okay,
I'll go on
thank you,
mute.
and thanks so much for being here. Okay, sorry, Paul. Paul, could you just talk a little bit?
Yeah, hello. Testing. This is Paul. I'm just talking here. Testing. Rewrite LA. You know, civic assemblies. Testing. Blah blah blah. Test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Should I keep going? You want me?
Yeah, if you can keep talking for just a moment.
Yeah. Okay. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39.
Okay, that's good, Paul. Thank you very much.
Great. Okay. Yeah. Should I get off the Zoom call?
Yeah, you can get off the call. Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, no problem. All right, let's be sort.
Testing again here. Okay.
You wrap it, we've got rivers running through the food, we've got freeways, we've got transit, we've got a mountain hiding the valleys from the base. The commission is trying to, keep trees out there, move water here, keep downtown in one trying to unite the Latino, Asian side, while also hearing the Mulholland Drive kind of divide from the valley and basin, and only have one bridge district in the valley and the basin. Like all of those conversations will make it very, 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 very hard to cross. Why county, even when they had the ice cream, the county is like the opposite of that. It's a very easy block. But they only had 5 districts to work with. So they were trying different things, and they basically said it on the I think 29 will break it up. We're all I also think people woke up during the decade, they woke up during the leadership and thought, and we had a number of public evolution. The train was still moving and the reason why they're being forced out if you're not in one country district, you're in another. We have jurisdictions that are many, many miles away that have the real north this community. I realized it doesn't really work anymore. And there was the trade-off that just don't allow communities to really be able to have representation. Just imagine like if you're Councilmember Ramen going from downtown LA. One end of your district in North Sweden, with the other end of your district in North That's a long time in day. That could be an hour and a half drive. In my district, that's a little bit more intense. I live in Council District 1, going from Highland Park down to the West Lake area. Like, a long time in day, that could take you 40 hours. And it's 144,000. The other thing is, like, for our council offices, like, for this plan, we have to have field office anymore. We have to have a field office in the south. I didn't see the other side. So, like, we have our field office, we have one down Westchester. It's a lot to manage. Coordinating, so one of the things that I talked about today was ready for a project like this story. I didn't realize it was coming for us to cover all of this. I mean, I'm reporting it, but I'm not sure what it is. But it's part of what our yeah, so what's the thing we're talking about? Well, yes and no, because if you wanted to do the multi-member district, the only way to really do that equitably and creating diversity is frankly voting. Otherwise, it's just going to be who everybody gives us the vote, which is the idea we had by the right. No worries. I just wanted to say we're going to be starting our afternoon in a friendly way. So we go talk about
Testing the sound here. How is this? Just testing the room sound. How is this? Okay.
He's with us, you know? Yeah. That's okay. Oh, boy. Okay, all right, sounds good. Not yet. He's coming at 120, right? 120, but yeah, yeah.
Okay. All right, folks. Testing. Can you hear me? Okay, great. Welcome. Hope you all had a fantastic lunch. We are about to get underway with our second presentation panel, third presentation panel. And I think we've worked out the tech issues, except for this delay that you may be hearing. To kick us off, we have two speakers joining us via Zoom. The first is, oh, yeah. The first is Mike Feinstein, former mayor of Santa Monica. He is a reformer and volunteer at Cal RCV. And he is being joined by Marcela Miranda Prieto, who is the executive director of Cal RCV, a diverse, nonpartisan group
Mike, just-
that believes.
Missing quite a few folks, and there's quite a bit of noise in the room.
Mike is being joined by Marcela, who I said is the executive director of Cal RCV. It's a nonpartisan group that believes upgrading California elections with ranked choice voting is one of the most effective reforms people can implement to address many seemingly intractable problems. Their North Star goal is to get RCV, ranked choice voting, passed for all California statewide elections. Please join me in welcoming Mike and Marcela.
Hi, everyone. And greetings. I'm out in Palm Springs and Marcella is in San Diego. Thank you so much for having us. And this is an important moment for democracy in the city of Los Angeles. This is possibly the first time since 1925 that the city of Los Angeles is going to look at increasing the size of its city council and actually do it. And your input on what that size should be is going to be an important variable in the community discussion about where that is going. In the past week, the LA City Charter Reform Commission voted to recommend 25 seats, 25 single seat districts. And in the presentation that I'm going to share with you now, we'll look at that number and some other alternatives and what some of the variables are to consider in how big is just right, kind of like that porridge with Winnie the Pooh. So if we can go to the first chart here, and I think, are we doing this with me doing a screen share, or do you guys have the
Mike, if you
chart?
have the ability to do a screen share from your
Okay.
device, that would be the easiest.
Okay, so here we go. We share this one. Okay.
Looks good.
So this chart here shows the relative per capita representation of many of the major cities in the United States. And the city of Los Angeles overwhelmingly has the worst per capita representation in the country. And that's because the 15 seats that were set in 1925 when the population was so low have never been increased. And essentially the almost 265,000 people per district per representative is about the same as a U.S. Congress seat in many places in the country. And this map, by the way, is put out by people from Fair Rep LA. So one of the, and you can kind of look through there about what is the comparative. Here in California, for example, San Francisco only has 80,000 per representative. Long Beach only has 52,000. San Jose, 101,000. So within our own state, there's a great deal of variability. And per capita is one of the important variables, but it's certainly not the only one. And one of the, some of the other things that we need to be consider is the ability of the voting rights of the people in Los Angeles, the California Voting Rights Act is an important piece of legislation that's the strongest in the United States that says that protected minority groups of voters, which predominantly in Los Angeles are Latino, Black, and Asian Pacific Island, that they need to have the ability, as much as possible, to be able to either elect or influence the election of candidates of their choice. And how does that relate to redistricting? The city council is pretty diverse. And what that tells us is that people don't only vote on the basis of race. Sorry, there's a plane going over my head here for a second. Don't only vote on the basis of race, ethnicity, or gender, but also issues. So there are all kinds of interesting multiracial coalitions in LA. So you have different communities electing people that are very diverse to start with. But the theory behind the district includes the idea that you want to be able to draw districts so that different minority communities at least have some ability to represent somebody,
Well, at least it's not just us. Cool. Always, always a good time for a pause. Everybody, let's take a deep breath with me.
sorry,
Oh, he's back.
I'm here
All right,
again.
go for it.
Somehow yeah, so I'm not sure exactly where I got cut off there. But the bottom line is that while we have the California voting rights act that's there to ensure that various communities have the ability to select somebody who or influence the election of somebody who represents their points of view, there's a lot of variables that go into who we elect here. So I'm trying to find here again. It looks like I lost the we lost that chart. Well, that's okay. We can keep on going here. So there's some of the other variables in addition to per capita, and then you have the voting rights issue. You have issue constituencies. The Los Angeles City Charter talks about what are communities of interest, and all those variables kind of mixed together. And then the fourth thing, which I think you're going to get more in a presentation next from Rick Cole, is what are the powers of the council members? For example, are the council members, like in my city council in Santa Monica, only legislative powers, or do they also have administrative powers within their district? Do they have some oversight with city departments, etc.? And one of the issues we've often heard about the city of Los Angeles is that we have 15 kings right now, and they each kind of have fiefdoms in their own districts, and they all go to department heads. And well, if we increase the size of the council, is that just more people going to the department heads? Should they just have more legislative power versus administrative power? So all of those variables go into the dynamic here of how many is the right number. So now I'm going to go to another slide and figure out how to do this here. Okay. Can you see this screen now where it says summary of data?
Yes.
Okay. So one of the interesting things is when you take theory, you want to put it into reality. And what we did with CalRCV and together with a group called More Equitable Democracy, which is a mapping organization that looks at social justice and voting rights issue, is we went ahead with different sizes of individual single seat districts from 23 to 33. SMD says single member district, single seat district. It's kind of the same thing. What do these numbers mean? You see here across the top, it says influence and solid. Going back to the California Voting Rights Act, the National Voting Rights Act tries to look at having majority minority districts so that you would draw a district line and a protected minority group would have the ability to be either a majority or almost a majority, with the idea that they could have a strong
5
ability
minutes, Mike.
to elect somebody that 5 minutes left? Oh, wow. Okay.
Yes.
Well, so an influence district means that you don't necessarily have a majority, but maybe you got about 35%. So what this chart tells you is that the number of council districts where they're looking at that essentially AAPI and black seats are really hard to draw. Too many of, or not a lot of them, because those communities are often very spread out. Whereas Latino and white districts, it's pretty easy to draw. So the question about how many single seat districts, it's actually the case that until you get to 43 or 45, you can't even draw an Asian American Pacific Islander district where they would have a strong ability to elect somebody of their own. But the 25 number that has been recommended by the Charter Reform Commission has very limited ability. And this next slide here, you see this next one where it's kind of you guys see I've switched slides here,
Yes.
right? Okay. So kind of the conclusions that come from the mapping that we've done is that while Latino and white populations have a pretty good chance with single seat districts or multi-seat districts, and multi-seat districts using ranked choice voting gives you proportional representation. For the black and the AAPI communities, single seat districts don't deliver very well. So the larger you do, the better. And one of the political issues now, and I'll close with this, is that the Charter Commission debated what is the right number, which in my personal opinion, I think you all should be thinking about rather than what is politically possible. There's only 15 people on the council now. When you say to go up to 23 or 25, it's like, wow, well, that's a massive increase on what's there. But maybe 29 or 33 or 45 is the number that is necessary to get you a number that would actually represent the diversity that you have in Los Angeles. And then the question also came, well, if this is going to go in the ballot, how are you presenting the messaging? Are you presenting the messaging by saying, hey, with a larger council, you have a better chance to elect somebody who better represents you?
Minutes.
Or is it, oh, it's just more politicians? So all of those are variables that go in, and I'll stop there and save for the Q&A, more depth. Over.
Thank you, Mike. Let's give Mike a round of applause. Okay, so Mike, do you mind stop sharing your screen so we can see your face again?
Yes.
Okay,
Let me
great.
just
Leonora, do you mind doing the
go back and figure out
Q&A
how
step?
do I get back to there. There we go. Okay, there we go.
Okay, great. So we're going to do questions for Mike now before our next speaker. So if you have any questions, please raise your name card. Oh, 1 second, let me get you the mic.
For the Black District, and I would like to get more insight on what that means and why is that?
So one major determinants in trying to draw districts for fair representation of protected minority groups in LA is who lives in a concentrated manner and who's spread out. One of the problems with a lot of small single seat districts is that some populations, including the black population, may only be concentrated in one or two areas, and the rest of the black population. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. And the rest of the population is spread out around LA. So one of the debates that we had, Marcella and I were promoting larger districts with proportional representation, where right now, if you have a single seat district, you have to get a majority of the vote to win. If you have a 3-seat district, you only need 25% to win a seat. So one of the interesting dynamics is if you have a lot of single seat districts, you can only draw a couple of them where the black population is close to a majority. But you could draw more larger districts where the black population is maybe 20 or 25% and has a better chance of electing somebody that it prefers.
Okay. Thank you, Monica. Next, we have BB.
My question is, where would the funding come from to pay for all these additional council members?
Yeah, great question. The Charter Commission recommended going to what's called ranked choice voting, where instead of having this two-round runoff system where we have primaries that have lower turnout, less diverse electorate making important decisions about who we get elected, we have a single election where you can rank all the candidates, and if your first choice doesn't win, your vote goes to your second choice, and so on until somebody gets a majority to win in a single seat district. If we go to that, we eliminate primaries. Primaries cost $500,000 for each primary. Excuse me, yeah, for each each runoff. So like if you just have a single election in November, you're saving $500,000 per seat. So the Charter Commission has recommended using ranked choice voting. If the council adopts that, those savings can then be applied to having more council offices and paying the salaries of more council members. The other important thing that if we go to a single ranked choice voting election is we have limited public matching funds dollars, or at some point maybe democracy vouchers. And right now they have to be spread over primary and runoffs. If they only have to go to a single election, we can stretch those limited dollars further. And the same thing with candidates, if they only have to run in one election instead of two. So those savings can be applied to having a larger council. But in the end, the amount dedicated to council is a price that's worth it for a better democracy, in my opinion.
Thank you, Bibi. Next up, we have Kathleen.
Hi, yes, thank you. So to kind of follow up on the math, so you said that per candidate, it costs 0.5 million to run the primary. So what is the actual total estimate of funds released for additional representation? Would it be 0.5 times 15, which is 7 million? Or like, what's the actual number? And then
Yeah.
also, just for everyone here, it seems according to this packet, the cost per allocation is 2.1 million per representative.
So sorry if I wasn't clear. So it costs the city of Los Angeles contracts with the county of Los Angeles for the county to run the elections. Every time there's a runoff election, it costs an extra $500,000 for the city of LA to pay the county. So right now we have 15 seats. And what's happened is since 2020, the races have become more competitive in LA and we've had more runoffs. And that's because two things happened. We moved from odd year elections to even year elections where there's higher turnout. And we added the 6-to-1 public matching funds program, which has given grassroots candidates a better voice. That means there's more runoffs. And if we increase the size of the council and have a whole lot of new districts where there are no incumbents, the percentage of races that go to runoff will be even higher. So the cost of enlarging the council, if we don't use ranked choice voting, will be a lot of runoffs at $500,000 per runoff. If we do only ranked choice voting, all that money will be saved.
Great, thank you, Kathleen. Next question here is from Julia.
Hello, Mr. Feinstein. You were stating that the cost to run a primary and the cost for each candidate and how that would be paid. But I would like to know the salary. Who pays their salaries?
It is certainly a question. One of the interesting angles here is if we have a larger council, let's say that we went to 33 members instead of 15. Do we want to pay them the same thing? Do we pay them less? How many staff members do they have? Portland, Oregon has 3-seat districts and they actually share staff among them for constituent services. So the kind of things that Rick Cole may be talking about in terms of council powers and what is their role and how much they should be paid is all interconnected. And again, one of the issues in LA is that each council member is a king or queen for their district. And Is that what we continue to want them to be? Should they be more legislative only? Should they continue to have administrative power? If they're more legislative, maybe we aren't paying them as much. So the salary is related to the number of people that we have, no question, and the powers and the responsibilities we give them. And that's all should be on the table.
Yes, but I still need to know who pays the taxpayers?
Well, of course.
Where does the money come from?
Yes, no, it's definitely the taxpayer. It's part of the overall budget. So no question about it. I mean, it's something that we have to consider. So, but here's the thing. LA has terrible turnout in its municipal elections, and there's general dissatisfaction with the local democracy and a lack of confidence. So if we believe that a larger council could provide better representation, and if better representation is going to lead us to a better quality of life in LA, then we have to decide, is it worth paying for that?
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Julia. Next up, we have EJ. And then we'll take one more question after this with Jonah.
Yeah, so I got a question about this ranked choice voting proposition. It's been in use in Portland, Oregon since 2024. And just looking at headlines from the last week, we've got Portland election headquarters blasted as cramped, underfunded, and stuck in the past. Multnomah County elections, staffing, outreach, and infrastructure strained. Most populous county stretched thin. Ranked choice voting failed 5 years ago. Why would anybody look at Portland, Oregon as a model for governance and say, let's do that in Los Angeles? Please do not Portland my Los Angeles.
Well, I guess my answer would be, I read about a dozen studies that speak very glowingly of how it's worked in Portland. And one of the things that we found, they increased their council from 5 members in total to 4 3-seat districts having 12. The change in the diversity, it is now a majority people of color, it's a majority women. There is a variety of age ranges there, and a greater range of political perspectives that are making up the city council. So what I've seen of the dozen studies I've read, is including the League of Women Voters, is that it's been a resounding success. But Portland isn't the only place. Ireland and Australia, for example, have used it for 100 years. There's about 60 cities, counties, and states that use ranked choice voting in some form. The state of Alaska uses it in partisan elections for state and federal office. Maine does the same. And San Francisco's had it in place. Oakland has had it in place. Berkeley has had it in place. Eureka in Humboldt County, and here in LA County, Redondo Beach is using it as well. So there's a lot of different places that have it, and it's actually the fastest growing reform in the country. And the reason why is that it gives voters more ability to express their preferences over more candidates. It eliminates the spoiler question. It eliminates the lesser of evil. It promotes more coalition building between different constituencies. You can have two different campaigns working together and saying, hey, rank us number 1 and then number 2 and them number 2, or them number 1 and us number 2. It promotes more positive campaigning, because instead of just knocking down your opponents, you actually want supporters of some of your opponents to also rank you. So there's a lot of great benefits to it, and that's been seen in a lot of places around the country, and that's why it's a growing reform.
Thank you, EJ. All right, our final question is from Jonah.
Okay, so I've been a long time fan of ranked choice voting, but I do have a question. How much additional money do you think it would cost, because it is a more complicated system? How much would it cost to make sure that people are properly educated on the new voting system? And then in general, with expanding the council probably costing money, this education initiative probably costing money, what portion of the city's budget would this come out to? Would that be
great question.
significant?
Great question. So the idea is that this would go into place in 2032, when the city's next independent redistricting occurs after the 2030 census. And between now and then, there would be a significant education program. What happens is there's a lot of models of cities that have done education, including New York City, that did it in multiple languages. It starts at about $2 a voter in your first time doing it, and then those costs go down over time with the education process. But obviously it's critical. Fortunately, LA has a lot of time to go ahead and do that and have it in place by the time we're ready. And frankly, there's a lot of practice votes that we can do on what's your favorite ice cream. I mean, there's a lot of things that LA can be doing between now and then through the neighborhood councils and other organizations to get used to people voting that way before we go ahead and do it in place. So the other piece is it will cost some money for the city, for the county to add this node, the RCV node, to its voting system, the voting solutions for all people system that LA County uses. So it'll cost more money up front in the first year, but then the city saves money for every year thereafter. And the payback period is pretty short after that. And then there's just the savings by eliminating runoffs going forward.
And what portion of the city's overall budget would all of these costs come out to?
You know, I would have gone to Kenneth Mejia on that one, our city controller. So I can't give you that number, but the money spent on the council overall is a very small portion of the budget. It's not. In my opinion, it shouldn't be a deal breaker. We should look at what is the model that serves, and what you're going to do today is what model do you think is the best model? Figure out what that costs at that point, but don't let the cost be the driver up front. And we're not always going to have the bad budget times that we're having today either. This system has been in place for 15 people for 100 years. This next change we make could be in place for several decades.
Great. Thank you, Jonah. And let's give Mike Feinstein a round of applause.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Mike.
And I love civic assemblies.
Thank you, Mike. Okay, next up, we have our resident librarian, Joe Matthews, joining us. He's taken a look at all the questions you wrote up yesterday and is going to respond to some of them here to update you. Over to you, Joe.
I'll be sure. We can go to the second slide already. Yeah. So I'm going to be really brief. The down button. Okay. So many great questions, and a lot of them you probably noticed have been answered today with the people you've been hearing from. There are a few. I'm here to point you in the direction of materials that are already at your fingertips. You may not realize it. That answer some of your questions. Many of your questions were too wonderful and big and complex that I can't point you to any source for the answer. A number of them were about why things are the way they are, that take a lot of history, and where the answer is often, it's just kind of the way it's been for a long time. These are the other ones. So this is a page that's called up on the laptops that is set up and also has 8-language translation with a push of a button in the top right. And there are different links to different things. It looks like that at the top with Rewrite LA. It has this list of different documents and videos and the like. They're all there and can be translated. Now let's look at some of your questions quickly. Several questions there are about, what are the duties? What is city council? Those very straightforward questions. I would refer you to something that's both on this page and in your packet, about 2/3 of the way to the back. It's the Rewrite LA info for assembly participants. Here's a brief thing. If we go to the next slide. Oh, I got to do that, right? Yeah. Okay. So this is Rewrite LA, and this is 2 paragraphs of it, just to give you here. There's the legislative body and the state law. You have subject matter jurisdiction and a fixed meeting schedule. That makes you a city council in California. 15 members, 1 district. You're getting this. They enact ordinances. They can, it rules in ordering elections, taxes, authorize public improvements, approve contracts, adopt regulations, modify the budget, do appointments, and as Rob and Ross talked about, they have a lot of sway. They're like little mayors. So that's one thing. Yeah. No problem. Okay, there were some questions that talked, and it were reported out yesterday about what are the costs and impacts of more districts on the council and different departments. There is a document on that page that's called 2023 report from the city's chief legislative analyst, the city clerk, that actually includes a survey from 2023 of all the departments of the city and answers that. The excerpt seems a little vague. It depends. And the answers are all very much, it depends, but it sort of does the if then. It's from the perspective of city employees. Be careful. That doesn't mean it's the only perspective, but it talks about mostly about what changes would mean more work for them and what that work might cost. So I wanted to point you to that for that question. Moving on. Okay, there it is. Oh, sorry, I was one behind. The funding available, the budgetary decisions are the same and depend on office space, office expenses. Office space, it says, if it got so big, would they have to build a new council chamber? Okay. What council or commission folks oppose council expansion? Rob gave you an answer to that in his thing. I would refer to this 2024 survey of the LA Times. They sent a written survey to all the city candidates. There were only two who opposed council expansion, Mayor Bass and Councilmember Park. On the Charter Commission, the only one I've heard speak against expansion is Ted Stein. We've invited all three. None of them have accepted our invitation. Okay, let's keep going. Almost done here. Yes, you just heard a bit from Mike about Voting Rights Act and the like. There's a good bit of material that, again, on that page on district drawing, that's what we'll call. This is a complicated topic, and I'm not so experienced, but I would caution you on not going down too far the rabbit hole of this subject. It is hotly contested, constantly litigated, changing with everything from the U.S. Supreme Court, the Trump Department of Justice, to various city attorneys weighing in and having different views. But the two things in California, there's a federal Voting Rights Act and there's a California Voting Rights Act that's a little tougher, more protective, generally seen as. It's that when you are talking about drawing districts, you're prohibited from diluting the power of minority voters and minority groups. And then there is this concept of, if you have there are Voting Rights Act districts, they're called, where you make certain districts when there's a minority group that is sufficiently large, geographically compact, and politically cohesive. What do those things mean? There are enough lawsuits to fill this room arguing over what that means. The VRA may require creation of a district that is where that minority group can elect its own leader. That is a right, important right. So just know that, and there are more details on that in that document. There were questions about the trade-offs. Oh, I didn't need to move. Here we go. Yeah, trade-offs of different sizes. There's a lot of good questions. There's one, you saw the three council expansion models there. There's also, that document, there's a similar document from LA Forward that was shared with us that's up there. The grid didn't translate well on the AI translator. So there's a Google Doc right at the top. You'll see it, click that. It's easier to read the grid. I want to just flag, there was a lot of data from an entity called Redistricting Partners, very powerful consulting group in the state, that modeled different things and tried to look at what it meant for some of those majority minority districts. And I've seen the data. I don't have yet permission to I don't possess it and cannot share it with you. But the gist of it is that at 29, it's much easier to create more Latino majority minority districts, which, as you've heard in testimony, has been a big subject in LA city politics for a very long time. Okay. And then one more. Why is council size not updated for population? There were different versions of that question in the yellow. I want you to refer you to in the packet as well as the document. It's actually a piece of paper worth reading. It's the Charter Commission's own memo on council expansion explaining its thinking. So that they were basing on their 25 decision. That notes in a couple paragraphs, this is one of the paragraphs, that City of Houston had such a charter provision that added districts based on population growth. They reached this threshold in 2010 and 2011, and there was also a thing in 2014. There were fights about which population numbers to use and what would be decided, but that was it. And then I can't remember if there was Rob or Ross who just referenced a common cause report on idea for expanding the size of the LA City Council with population growth. That is now on the site as well too. And this is, I think, a key paragraph going forward. The size of the LA City Council must reflect the growth of the city to ensure that council seats remain a consistent representative size for the future of LA. The number of council districts should be adjusted every decade based on the US Census population results to achieve one district for 150,000 people. So that is a concrete proposal. That's all I have, and I will stop there.
Okay, thank you, Joe. So Joe's let us know if you have more questions of this nature, sort of background resource reference questions, to continue add them to the questions board here. We've drawn a line with some text that says new questions go below the line. So that'll help us keep track of the new questions coming in. Cool? All right. So next up, we're going to head to our final panelist. Joining us via Zoom, we have Council Member Rick Cole, who represents District 2 in the city of Pasadena. He has spent 4 decades in public service prior to being elected in 2024. He has previously been a Pasadena mayor, city manager at Azusa, Ventura, and Santa Monica, and deputy mayor and chief deputy controller of the city of Los Angeles. Called one of Southern California's most visionary planning thinkers, he served as a planning commissioner prior to his return to the council. Please join me in welcoming Council Member Rick Cole.
Thank you all. So which would you prefer? My making a very brief opening statement and then taking questions, or running through the presentation that I made to the Charter Reform Commission?
Hearing presentation and then questions from the crowd, I think.
Right. So let me, I don't know if I can share this. Let's see. Looks like I can. Can you see what I'm seeing?
We see a black screen.
That's not good.
One
so
moment, Rick. Oh, yes, now we see the title slide.
Tremendous. That's reassuring. All right, let's see if we can run through this. Again, I gave this to the Charter Reform Commission. Because of the timing, I'm going to move through it fairly quickly and leave any ambiguities to discussion. So this is not any great news, and you can read faster than I can talk, so I'm not going to run through all these bullet points, but suffice it to say that I don't believe that the fault is any particular set of elected officials. Elected officials come in good, bad, and indifferent, and systems can't be designed to hope for always good choices by the electorate. And the converse is true as well. You can't design a system that completely insulates you from the consequences of making bad decisions. But the many of the trends that lead us to the situation we find ourselves today in began a long time ago. And as you'll see, my view is that the source of them is systemic. So this is what I'd like to see as the goal, not simply to fix problems, but rather to see in the fourth largest economy in the world, the second biggest city in the country, that's California in the first instance, the second biggest city in the country, the largest, obviously, in our state, um, almost 10% of the population of California, that this should be a city that rather than limping along and making excuses for dysfunction, should in fact be a leader, and that people should be moving from Texas and Florida to Los Angeles County because of the quality of life and the quality of our governance rather than the other way around. And this is something that I've been saying now for 10 years, and it's not a criticism, it's actually a historic fact. These folks who designed our city government, this is actually the board of the Department of Water and Power 100 years ago, but their contemporaries shared their worldview. And their worldview was Los Angeles should not emulate Chicago, New York, Philadelphia, St. Louis, because those were mired in grotesque corruption brought about by these unwashed immigrants who had become reliable voters for Democratic, or in a couple of cases around the country, Republican machine politics. So politics for these folks was a bad word. They didn't particularly like elections. What they felt is that local government was a professional undertaking, and you could depoliticize it by creating a civil service system and by having all of the departments in the city run by commissions of people who looked like these gentlemen, right? Solid, middle class, professional, Republican, white people who would simply have to meet once a month to oversee the civil servants, and that would be the ideal government. That's the government they designed for Los Angeles. Again, I won't dwell on this, but the entire public sector, not just here in California, but across our country, has really fallen behind the private sector, which is particularly painful to me, having spent my life in public service, because I believe that public service is actually performing a much more important function than most private sector entities. Yes, we go to the private sector for our groceries. Yes, we go to them, for means of transportation in most cases. But we actually in government have a real responsibility for the quality of life and even sometimes the public safety of our communities. And I'll just start with the first one. We in the public sector have begun to think that our job is to do what we've always done. So if our job is to run a bus company, not to actually get customers safely and quickly and affordably to their destination, right? We have a bus company, we run buses. And in Pasadena, we have a fabulous system that we're about to sink $150 million of capital investment in that nobody rides, right? So we have a public transit system, and it's excellent, and it's clean, and it's affordable, and it's safe. But it takes forever to get anywhere, so nobody rides it. The opposite of that is to think about outcomes rather than be married to particular structures that we've inherited 50 or 100 years old, but really think, what if we were starting today? How do we design our government structures and our public sector services? So this is the heart of what I want to share with you, which I shared with the commission. One myth is that LA is just, whatever you say about LA, it's just because it's LA, right? So, and the people at City Hall are deeply, deeply marinated in this mindset that whenever anyone comes with a better idea, they say, "Oh, you just don't understand. This is Los Angeles, and that would never work here because this is the way we run in Los Angeles." I think that's a myth, and I think it's a dangerous one. The other is because there is no chief deputy mayor, because there is no chief operating officer, because there is no person or office assigned
5
to
minutes.
actually manage the city. The idea is that it's the CAO. And then the final one, which I won't talk about because it's really not relevant today, is that somehow our only problem with dysfunction, terrible animal services, broken sidewalks, we just need more money. If we just put more money into the system as it is, I don't believe that's true. All right, so myth number one, LA is unique. So we're a world-class city with people from all over the world. We're in touch. Our economy is plugged into the world. Technology is not different in LA than it is in Seoul or Berlin or, for that matter, Shanghai. And we could learn from governance practices that have evolved in other parts of the country and in other parts of America, of the world, I should say. This is something, what has happened is in the absence of something that LA just doesn't understand it's missing, the vacuum has been filled by something called the city administrative officer. What's missing in Los Angeles is actual basic management. We have lots of politics. So each of the mayor thinks that they're running the city and in partnership with 15 council members who are running their districts. And that somehow there's this inert bureaucracy that simply needs to be given orders and pound on the table to make it deliver. And yet no one, something as basic in a hospital, in a university, in a corporation, that you will have someone who's in charge of actually good management and building a strong culture and training the workforce and planning for the future.
2 minutes, Rick.
There is no function that that has that responsibility in the city of Los Angeles. So we're in the shape we're in. Even the mayor says there's a great need to overhaul things. So I think that what I want to talk about is what those we need a chief operating officer, not a CAO who is a glorified administrative analyst. We need a chief financial officer, one who's independent, has some independence from the political log rolling and pork barreling. I believe we need dedicated funding for the controller's office because it is an independent function, and its independent function is undermined by having to go begging for its budget. And we need a 2-year operating budget and a 5-year capital plan. This is basic government 101. 95% of the cities in California do this. Some do it better than others. Sophisticated cities like Long Beach, Pasadena, Santa Monica, Glendale do it very well. LA should. LA doesn't even have a 5-year capital plan. And we need civil service reform. The way we hire people in Los Angeles is from 100 years ago when we got 500 people in an auditorium and we sat them in front of typewriters, and the ones who could type the fastest became clerk typists. That is the system for hiring people in Los Angeles. It's woefully out of date and needs to be fixed. So with that, I'll start with your reactions and discussion.
Great. Thank you, council member. Let's give the council member a round of applause for joining us. Also want to note that council member Cole is the chief administrative officer of of Los Angeles City. Oh, excuse me, was. So now we're going to move to Q&A.
If I heard you correctly, I was never the city administrative officer. I was deputy mayor and I was chief deputy controller and also senior deputy to one of the council members.
Thank you, Rick. I'm going to blame Joe Matthews on that.
Okay.
Okay, first up, question is from Allison.
Hi, Rick. Thank you very much for your presentation. You covered a lot of really interesting things, but we didn't really talk about your ideas for the size and the structure of the council. So could you give us your opinion on that, please?
No, we have 7 council members for a city of 140,000 people. So I represent about 20,000 people. Obviously, it should be larger for the city of Los Angeles, but 230,000 people would be the 3rd largest city in Los Angeles County. So each of the 15 council districts would be the 3rd largest city after LA and Long Beach. It's way too big. On the other hand, I agree with Councilmember Rahman, who told the commission, if you simply expand the council and don't put in place other reforms, you will just make the problem worse. Because the way it works now is that in the absence of competent, professional, centralized management that could be attuned to geographic differences. The valley is different from San Pedro, but not on the basis of 15 or 23 council borders, which, if you've seen the map, are often bizarre in their permutations. So I think the council should be larger. 23, 25, 27, somewhere in that range is probably to go immediately to double the city council size probably is a bridge too far for a whole bunch of reasons I won't belabor. But a significant increase makes sense, but only if it's paired with systemic reform about the way the city's managed. Otherwise, you will have 23 plus 1 bosses of a dysfunctional, broken system. That only exacerbates the dysfunction.
Great. Thank you, Allison. Our next question is from Kathleen.
Hello, thank you for your presentation. I think it's super interesting that you mentioned roles like CO, CFO. I actually have a business, so I'm very familiar with running it that way. My question is, the city council already has responsibilities now in terms of deciding law, managing budget. Wouldn't appointing these positions be redundant if we were to expand city council? And then on this follow-up question, aren't we, again, with administrators, centralizing power again?
There's no system that's perfect, and all systems involve trade-offs. The trade-off we have made by resting management responsibility in politicians, and I have been both, is that they are more focused on the political aspects and either are unaware of or don't have time for or don't have the skills for actual management. And when this is a city with more than 40 departments. The total budget, when you include the proprietaries, is north of $25 billion a year. You have approaching 50,000 staff members when you include the proprietaries. The utility is the largest public utility in America. The port is one of the largest ports in America. The airport is one of the largest airports in America. You have 400 square miles, you have 4 million people. And to say that people who manage to get elected to the city council collectively are going to have the management capability to run something of that complexity in the 21st century. I don't understand why anyone thinks that that's a good idea. They need to set the direction. They need to hold the staff accountable. They need to express the changes that need to be made in terms of policy. But the day-to-day management is just not getting done, and you can see the results. So centralizing power, look, if you have 40 departments, you have to have some degree of central coordination. Otherwise, you have departments that are literally working at cross purposes or missing huge opportunities. Let me give you just one simple example. When I was city manager, we had to close a 206, when I was deputy mayor, excuse me, when I was deputy mayor, we had to close a $265 million structural deficit. This was 10 years ago. So the fiscal problems are not new. They're a product of a dysfunctional system. The mayor got elected, the one I worked for, on paving more streets. Great idea, given the level of the streets in Los Angeles are terrible. But we didn't have any money to throw at the problem. So I asked the 5 different departments who are in charge of paving the streets, 5 different departments, what they could do to economize to actually produce more paving. And all of them said, give us more money, give us more staff. And I said, well, we don't have more money and we can't afford more staff. Is there anything any of the other 4 departments are doing that could be more efficient? Oh, yes. They could not stop talking about all of the ideas they had for other departments to be more economic. But one of them just stuck out as just plain common sense that no one had ever figured out before, which is that they sign each street that's going to be paved the day before, and they say at 8 o'clock, you've got to be off the street, otherwise your car will be towed because we need it to pave the street. Well, at 8 o'clock, crews show up, they've got hot asphalt, they're ready to go. And there's always 1 or 2 cars who didn't get the message, and they've got to call the police department. The police department calls the tow company. The tow company shows up at 8:30. The 2 cars are yanked. And meanwhile, you've cost all of the crews 35 minutes or 45 minutes. And I said to the police department, could you just have a tow truck there at 8 o'clock? And if there's no cars to tow, they just go away. Oh yeah, sure. That's not a problem. No one had ever done that, right? A series of those kind of common sense coordination moves, which I didn't come up with. I wasn't the smart manager saying, you do this because I have a degree from Wharton. This was simply asking people to work together for a more efficient outcome. We paved 10% more roadway that year without a single extra dime. That's not centralization of giving some Mandarin, in City Hall too much power. That's simply management 101 that's desperately lacking in Los Angeles.
Thank you, Kathleen. Next up, we have Robert.
Hi, Mr. Rick. Thank you for speaking today, council member. So there's something that you mentioned in there in what you just said to, I believe it was Kathleen. You said that our day-to-day management is not getting done. And it's interesting because yesterday I had been informed by a previous speaker that the ethics code for council members has not been updated since 1991. Just to reiterate, 1991 was 10 years before 9/11. The iPhone did not exist. Most people did not have computers in their phone, in their home. Most people did not have any digital literacy at all. And I want to ask this question.
Also before
Why?
5 different council members have been indicted.
Say that one more time. I didn't quite hear you.
I said it's also before 1991 was before. Since then, 5 council members have been indicted.
Absolutely. And I think that's why it's a huge and honestly dastardly problem. And I wanted to ask, how would you change the current ethics code? How would you update it for 2026 standards and beyond? And what would you immediately update? What do you think is flashing red within that ethics code that needs to be updated right now? Thank you.
I'm not familiar with all the details of the 1991 ethics code, and I know that there have been some, if the code has not been updated, there have been some new rules adopted at the state level that apply to our city. Here's the one thing that is not in the ethics code, doesn't need to be in the ethics code, but has the most corrosive impact on ethics at City Hall, and that is the authority that individual council members have behind the scenes on land use. So in addition to the ethics code not having been updated in decades, the same is true of most of our, what they're called community plans, which is essentially the zoning for each part of the city. And so since those are obsolete, developers are always coming in asking for exceptions or updates or changes. And that's just become routine. And the individual council members have the ability, which I won't go into all the permutations of, but they have the ability to either fast track or kill a project in their district, with almost no outside authority to say no. It's extraordinarily rare that a council member does not get their way, either to give thumbs up to, a 50-story building, or to give thumbs down to a duplex in a particular neighborhood. That is why 5 council members have been indicted. One of them, collecting more than $1 million from a single developer in the way of bribes and prostitutes and 22 trips to Las Vegas. And that is incredibly corrosive to the ethical atmosphere at Los Angeles.
Sorry, Mr. Ray, not to cut you off.
But
I
a lot
just
of
want to
money.
clarify.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to clarify something you just said. Did you say prostitutes? Did you say that they were laundering money using prostitutes?
No, the council member had access through the developer while he was staying in Las Vegas to prostitutes. That's part of the package of his benefits.
I did not know that. Thank you for clarifying that. Yeah.
That's
I'm
why
not from
that's why
this.
he's still in jail.
He's not getting out, right?
He has a 10-year or 11-year sentence.
What? So, I want to clarify something here. I'm not from this country, actually. I'm actually from England, Manchester to be specific. Came to this country 10 years ago. I am a citizen through my father. Why were 5 members of the council caught doing this? It wasn't just one, wasn't just 2, 5. This is like a Sylvester Stallone movie at this point. Like, I'm expecting somebody to come out from the council at some point with a cigar, saying, push what I want right now, like, what on earth is going on?
Well, again, our brains are wired as human beings, and Americans are particularly, given our media, susceptible to this. We tend to think in terms of good guys and bad guys, right? And yes, there are good guys and bad guys in the world. But that tends to discount the systemic flaws, right? If it's worth something to me to get the support of my council member, and it's worth $1 million to me, I'm going to spend $1 million to get my building built. Now, I could spend $1 million on public relations, for the public to see what a great project I have. I could spend $1 million on attorneys and facilitators to kind of grease the path at City Hall. I could spend $1 million on campaign contributions if it weren't illegal to do that. But in Los Angeles, the easiest thing to do is to spend $1 million to bribe a council member. Now that doesn't happen routinely, but the temptation is always there. And so most of the council members are honest. Most developers are honest. But if there's a fundamental flaw in the system, some people are going to abuse it. And so you fix the system instead of investigating and putting people in jail. I mean, I'm for investigating people and putting people in jail who break the law. But if the law incentivizes people doing that kind of thing, then you need to fix the system.
Great, thank you.
And more rules about, people are never going to report that they went to Las Vegas, right? So making, yet another rule, you should report your trips to Las Vegas. I'm for reporting, but fix the underlying problem, which is that one council member has a veto power over development from the little to the big in Los Angeles. Each one council member.
Great, thank you, Rick. We're about to move to our group debrief of both presentations, but before we do, I want to make sure we get to these two questions. EJ and Brent both have agreed to make their questions as concise as possible. I'd just love for you as well, so we could get to our next session on time. So EJ, over to you first, and then we'll go to Brent right after, and then to Rick for answers to both.
Okay, thank you for your time, council member. I would have passed if I didn't want to red flag something you'd said about what we're proposing here, which was that increasing the size alone with absolutely no other reforms will make the problem worse. So that should be paused for thought. You went through your slides really quickly. I tried my best to take some pictures. I caught some things about term limits, creating a culture of short-term planning, no long-term capital plan, and our chief executive officer being mostly ceremonial. But I want to ask you, as somebody who's got 40 years making the donuts here, what if we were allowed to add one thing to our suggestions as a group that would change all the other stuff? Which one of your points do you think would unlock as many of these other problems as possible?
Thank you. And then Brent, your question, please.
Can the LA City Council make it a note to not do anything outside the Declaration of Independence or the Bill of Rights? You start there, and that eliminates all the other things like morality that we've just gone through, because we don't legislate morality, we legislate disease. But we should go back to a city council that observes the Bill of Rights and the Declaration of Independence. That's my statement and question.
Thank you, Brent. Over to you, Rick.
So let me start with the second question, which is, I don't think we would have an effective Bill of Rights or maintain our independence without a constitution. And that's what the charter is. It's a constitution. It provides the structure to ensure that our rights are respected. It provides the structure to maintain our independence now for 250 years. So the structure is important. The Constitution is important. The charter of the City of Los Angeles is important. I'm gonna do a twofer in answer to the first question. I think we need a chief operating officer, most importantly. And of course, it needs to be not just a term, but actually someone of the capacity to do that, and a chief financial officer. If you didn't get the second, a chief operating officer would say, we need a chief financial officer, and you could appoint it without it being in the charter. Half of the cities in the countries have a city manager form of government, and it works. I've been in a strong mayor form of government twice, and I've been a city manager. I know both systems. It doesn't really matter that the strong mayor and the city manager have different names. Each of them to work needs political leadership and needs competent day-to-day management. Those both are needed. When I was in San Antonio, I asked the city manager, because at the time I was pretty skeptical of city managers. I was a young elected official. I thought that strong mayors were the kind of visionary leaders that we needed more of. And I asked the city manager of San Antonio, look, Henry Cisneros is your mayor. He's the most charismatic, brilliant, big city mayor in America. What do you do? And he said, well, as a politician, Henry is brilliant at dealing with the immediate, at dealing with Mrs. Garcia, who's unhappy that the bureaucracy has not fixed her gutter in 3 years of calling, and he'll be on it, and he'll insist that heads will roll unless we get Mrs. Garcia's gutter fixed. And he said, and Henry thinks big. He's unlike most politicians. He thinks about the future 10, 15, 20 years down the road. What do we need to do at the University of Texas San Antonio with an engineering school? How do we adapt to technology? He said between 5 years and 24 hours, we actually have to have a capital improvement program. We have to have a 2-year budget. We have to run the city in an effective way. That's my job, and that's the part that's missing. I deeply admire the people who have served as mayor of the city on a personal level. I've known Mayor Garcetti, I've known Mayor Bass, I've known Mayor Villaraigosa, Mayor Reardon, Mayor Hahn, as human beings, they're amazing. They're smart, they're courageous, they're one might disagree or think that they're a good or bad mayor, but as people, they're great. But none of them have experience managing an actual function the size, scope, and complexity of the city of Los Angeles. No one person can do it, but one person can coordinate and build a team underneath the elected officials to carry out what the voters want, what they decide at elections. Someone has to effectuate that. I'll finish with this. Edison said that genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration, because he worked really hard on his inventions. It took a long time to figure out what would make an electric light bulb work. He knew how to make it work. He then had to figure out the actual materials you need to use. In the public sector, policy is 1% and implementation is 99%. The politicians should make the policy based upon what the voters have chosen. Someone else has to make sure that those things actually happen. So you pass a law that you're going to protect tenants in the city of Los Angeles, and you get 10,000 complaints, and you make one prosecution in the first 3 years, right? That's what's broken is the implementation. And that's where a chief operating officer and a chief financial officer will counter the tendency to just add more politicians.
Great, thank you, Rick. Let us all give Rick a hand.
I wish I could see you all. I wish I could be there. I apologize for the mix-up on my part on the timing.
No worries. Thank you for being here. All right, so next up, we're going to move to a small group discussion. So I want to invite the mods to join their tables. And the goal of this session will be to contemplate and share what new insights have emerged, what new questions do you have, what gaps there are in information. So the group mods will lead you from here. And if you're in group 7 in the quiet room, MC over here will take you over there. Same room as yesterday. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Hi, all. Just one quick announcement. Sorry, before we get going. If you would like to do this small group discussion in a quiet room out there, please raise your hand. We should have. Oh, no. Would anyone like to join the quiet room like we had yesterday? Okay, we have one volunteer. Any others? 2? Any more? Okay. Okay. We have this 2. Oh, we have another 3. Okay, can we get 2 more volunteers just so we have enough folks in that room to make it work? 1 or 2 volunteers to join the quiet room. Okay, there's another one. 1 more volunteer, please. Thank you.
comment on my thought there, so I don't know if it's, okay, so.
Well, maybe it is. It's,
Moderators, 3 minutes remaining. 3 minutes remaining.
Testing.
All right, folks, we are echoing. We're done with this group session. We're going to break for 15 minutes. You can be back in the room at 2:50. 2:50. Gives people 15 minutes. Also, Ryan, can you raise your hand? Ryan, can you raise your hand? If you would like to be photographed, sharing your experience or video, sharing your experience, please go into the room right across the hallway. Thank you for all those who've already shared. 15-minute break. I know. This is.
Testing. Testing. Testing 1, 2, 3. We'll come back in just a couple minutes. Okay, you can come back to small groups. We can come back to small groups. Not many announcements, but yeah, exactly. Ooh, let me get rid of the fuzz. I think it's better. My goodness. All right, if we could just come back in here for just a moment, and then you'll be back at small groups again. But I just want to explain a thing or two. I'll do the clap. If you can hear me clap once, if you can hear me clap twice, if you can hear me clap 3 times. Okay, thanks very much, everybody. Really appreciate what's that? Really appreciate you, your patience as well, at least I suffered away over there trying to figure out the technology. Uh, so yeah, appreciate it. And we're going to move into a different, a little bit different kind of thing here. And we're going to go sort of group by group, doing a little activity out in the hallway. And I'm going to say a thing or two about that, but while one group at a time is kind of pulling away to do that, everybody else, this is more time, and I'm going to ask actually if it can be genuinely quiet time. There's been quite a bit of discussion time, which is good, and maybe about halfway through this, we'll transition into discussion again because that's the whole point. You all are here, and there's a lot to work through. But let's take a first 15 minutes at least with genuinely just quiet work time, or thinking time, or writing time. Or if you'd like to have a conversation with one or two folks, pull yourselves out into the little area just over there, not right where the food is, but just down the hall. But I'd encourage you to, there's so much material here that if you're able and willing to dig into things, to take this opportunity to do that. Yeah, if that would be great. If you would, not like to read it yourself for any reason, and just have whatever documents you request really to be read to you. Yeah, as I said, I occasionally take advantage of that just because it's a different modality. I'm sorry we didn't have that set up this morning, but we do now. Let me give you a computer to take with you as well so that you can, or yeah, we'll figure that out so you can get to all the documents. And find Leonora out in the far breakout room. How about that? Because I think some of the other ones are being used. Let's do that. How does that sound? All right. And here's what's going to happen when I pull you out into the hallway. So we're going to take just a few minutes per group for you all to look at the values that you've sort of populated over time, those principles or sort of high level ideas that are on the yellow sticky notes out there. And a couple of staff members over the first part of the day have identified a few potential sort of big categories to sort things into. But a lot of those are really raw ideas, and that's fine. That's exactly as expected. So as your small group comes out, you'll take a look at those categories. You'll take a look at the values that everybody's volunteered over the last day and a half, and you'll identify just values that you want to nominate sort of from these raw ideas into these sort of big categories. You don't need to remember any of that. We'll talk about it out there, but that's basically the gist of what's happening. Okay, so for the next 15 minutes or so, let's take some quiet time and then reevaluate whether we'll move into group discussion. All right, thanks. everybody? All right, so hearing people discussing a little bit, that sounds like the right time. If you'd like to come back in and discuss kind of what you've been thinking about, what you've just discovered and found out, what's that? Feel free to do so. If you'd like to keep working quietly, and it's too noisy in here, the far breakout room is available. In fact, I think the last two over on the left-hand sides, feel free to move in there if it's too noisy in here. All right, everyone. You can hear my voice, clap once. You can hear my voice, clap twice. You can hear my voice, clap 3 times. All right, thanks all for participating in our little walkabout thing. So, thank you. Yes, 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 that's right. This is almost, do we have everybody back in the room? I'm not sure if we do. I think we do. Okay. Do we have everybody back in the room? Okay, super. All right. So here's the final thing y'all are doing today. As you may be seeing, we're sort of making, there's some just random stuff hitting boards, stickies everywhere, and slowly things are going to be refined in different ways. So that values was just sort of one creative way of having everybody get a chance to look at them and maybe make one little set of revisions. As you're going out today, take a look at that board and what all the different groups have done. It's pretty cool. I think how that's refined really fast, some of those ideas. Now, this is going to be another way to just, create something out of this weekend already. We're going to take a little bit of a dip into actually working on potential solutions, potential recommendations, the hard stuff. This is definitely not the end of this. We have a whole other weekend to go. But you've had a lot of sort of big ideas and nitty-gritty ideas. And sometimes it can be just feel good to like, okay, let's see if we can get agreement around something and come out of this weekend feeling like, let's create one thing. These are probably not going to be the final creations, but the idea here is going to be that you're going to work in each of your small groups. You're going to take a couple of minutes quietly to take a few notes about what you think a policy recommendation should be. Like this is the actual thing that you would write, that you would say to the commission or the council as to what they should do. So take a couple minutes to write that, and then you'll have a quick go around in your groups. If you don't write anything, that's perfectly fine. It'll make it easier on your group in the end. That's no problem at all. So just say pass. That's fine. But let's go around to each person in the group and just very quickly, no justification, by the way, this will have to go really fast. Just say this is what I'd recommend to the council right now, or commission right now. And then here's the objective. In just about 25 minutes or so, that's all you'll have for this. Try to come to agreement in your group around one idea. Just one. There may be many other ideas. But try to determine which of these kind of ideas might have the most agreement. Lock in there. Maybe combine a couple of them together. And see if you can find one recommendation of some kind that your entire group, every single person, can say, yeah, I'm okay with that. That's good enough for me. Maybe not perfect. We're not going for perfect, but I could get behind this. I could put my stamp on this. Work on it a little bit, and when you get to a point where you feel like your group might have this one thing that you could bring forward, grab one of these bigger sheets of paper and one of these bigger markers and write it on there. Now, this recommendation, all you might agree on is just something that's 5 words long. That's possible. Or it might be a couple sentences. And it's not going to be final at all. This is just a sort of an opportunity to see if your group can get to agreement around one thing. Does that make sense? Anybody have any questions? All right. And I'll say one more thing, just as sort of process, why are we doing this now? This seems really early to like try to come up with a thing that we agree on. We don't even know all the information. Totally understand. They're with you. But we like to work in a way that's not totally one directional. We don't all think that way. We're going to come to see if we can do a little bit of finding a solution that we all agree on. And then next week, don't worry, we'll be back to the throwing stuff at the wall and come out of it again and create new things. All right. So take 2 minutes or 1 minute. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. If you were in group 7 across the hall, please leave this table now and go back to group 7. So we have 7 different groups. Sorry.
Okay, moderators, we have about 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes.
Okay. Are we 2 more minutes? Okay, we need another moment. Okay. 90 seconds. Oh, hell yeah. Okay. Okay, here we are. Let's come back. Um, wow, this is awesome. This is awesome. I'm excited about it. This is gonna be a great way to end the weekend. Let's start in reverse order with group number 7. Who would like to? And by the way, I know some of you have more than one. That's okay. No commentary about them, please. Just read the recommendation, or if you really need to say one little thing, that's okay. But we'll go pretty fast here, and feel free to read all of them if you have more than one. So let's start with group 7. And grab a mic. Mike or Justin, could you help with mics?
Okay. Yeah. So we suggested expanding the council to 30 members with 2 council members per district, and using ranked choice voting. And we also suggested biannual audits.
All right. Can I get a round of applause for group 7? All right, group 6. Where's group 6?
Here.
Okay.
Yes,
all right.
so we proposed expanding the council to 23 or more. We weren't sure on the exact number. And support ranked choice voting.
All right. Round of applause for group 6. All right, group 5.
Our recommendation is to increase single member districts by 25 and adding 5 regional districts drawn by independent redistricting commissions. Also a creation of a broader management role or office, either regional council members or COO. And then also we are recommending an independently selected ethics commission.
All right. Group 4 or group 5. That's group 5. Congrats. Group 4.
So we have 3 Council members will only have legislative duties. Voting will be done by ranked choice, and we want centralized competent management.
All right, group 4. Back down to the other end. Group 3. Group 3.
As a group of table 3, we want to see LA Council should be expanded to at least 25 members with companion reforms, such as, but not limited to, ranked choice voting, a chief operating administrator role, budget evaluation. That means evaluating the budget and spending per expanded council, voter education, land use power removal. That means council members can no longer veto or approve projects. And then finally, public metrics of council member performance in all of these items.
All right, group 3. Group 2.
Okay, we had 2. The first one was the hybrid option. So keeping single member districts, but also creating larger multi-member districts similar to, I think that's group 5 that also mentioned that. We didn't say a specific number of single member districts, but that we would keep single member districts, but create 5 larger multi-member districts. The second recommendation was that there are currently 5 appointees to the City Ethics Committee, 2 of which are appointed by the City Council themselves. Our proposal is to remove those 2 people permanently from the Ethics Committee and instead replace them with an Inspector General who would be in charge of the Ethics Committee and also would have enforcement capabilities upon City Council and the mayor.
Hi, group 2. Group 1, bring us home.
Okay.
We got the noise rock part
All
of
right,
the
testing.
day.
Okay. So we at Group 1, we came up with the hybrid approach that Fair Rep LA presented. We wanted to add potentially 10 council members as well as an ethics committee, which include a CEO, a CFO, and an inspector general, and a 5-year capital plan on top of that. And we also deliberated and unanimously picked a structure to go with as well on top of with option 3. And we wanted to have an ethics committee that is not empowered to bring an urgent constitutional amendment before voters and is being gatekept by the very council they police. So effectively, we want to go with option 3, and we want to have the ethics committee, which will include the inspector general as well, so that there is a governing body over the council members and the people that they represent.
Hi, group 1. I'll have to say that knocks my socks off. That's way more detail than I was expecting from a bunch of groups and more recommendations. So collective high five to all of you and all of your work this weekend. Mike?
All right, let's give yourselves a round of applause for making it through day 2. We are halfway there. So, to close today, thank you for everything you've done. We want to do a quick review of what's happening next weekend at a very high level. Do we have that slide? And Lynn's already talked about this, but basically, we'll have probably one more presentation speaker session on Saturday. And then the rest of the time will be spent on developing and refining recommendations, both with small groups and with the broader assembly, so that by Sunday, we have the recommendations that at least 75% of you all have agreed to support. So, and then on March 10th is the actual commission meeting where you all are being invited to present the recommendations. That meeting, the information here is on the QR code on the right. It is March 10th at 4 p.m. at City Hall. in the Board of Public's work session, room 350. And I think next week we'll figure out the actual logistics of how the presentation will go down. But just to make sure that's all on your radar, and we'll get you more details soon. It's optional. It's optional, but we would love for as many folks to be there as possible. And I think there will be both opportunity for public comment by as many of you as who who are interested, and then also a dedicated time for a presentation from this group. So. Good question. So the question here was, would we be meeting beforehand? It's really up to you all. Okay. Oh, okay. Yes. So the presentation is listed in the agenda as the Rewrite LA presentation. So you know that's what to look for. Let's see, final housekeeping item. If we have any remaining food outside, oh, we have someone's name tag. Oh, this.
Remind everybody to bring your name tags back next time.
Yes.
Okay, or if you don't trust yourself to bring it back, leave it here and we'll give it to you when you come back. Thank you.
And we're also recommending people leave their their cards here, right? Their name cards. Okay, great. So we'll pack all that up for you. And I meant the table name cards, yes. But you're welcome to take your lanyards home if you want, or leave them here. And then lastly, we have the surveys to fill out, the end of day surveys. Please take a few moments to fill these out. We really, really appreciated all the comments that came in and want to keep incorporating your feedback. So please do that. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you, everybody, for all your hard work this weekend. I know it's long hours, and please see us if you have any other questions, or say them right now.
Oh, but then he got cut off.
Just now?
Sorry, for folks who didn't hear me about food, please feel free to take what other food is still out there. So we have some chips. I think we have some fruit. We might have some sandwiches as well. Feel free to take that.
Oh, just remembered another thing. And let's plan on 9:30 on Saturday, unless we tell you otherwise, but we'll plan on 9:30 on, is that right? 10, I'm sorry. Plan on 10 on Saturday. My bad. 10 o'clock.
Hello, everyone. Thanks so much for a great weekend of work. Thank you for your time. One note, we have team here has to clean up and take down this room because there are going to be classes in here this week. So it would help us a great deal if you would really make sure you remove all your personal items and also any drinks, food, trash, please take care of it and throw it away. Because we're gonna be here for a few more hours having to break down all this stuff, and then we'll set it up again next Friday to be ready for you next weekend. There's a kind of trash there, and there's one in the kitchen next door. There's a huge trash bag in the huge trash can in the kitchen next door. Thank you so much.
Forgot to say this, but if anybody wants flowers, take flowers out of the vase out there. They're really pretty.